You think you are breathing, but you are only surviving. Your breath has not yet touched the depths of your soul. Your sexual energy is not an enemy to be suppressed, but the very ladder to the divine. If you change your breathing, you change your chemistry, and suddenly sex is no longer a physical release, it becomes a spiritual explosion. I tell you, the bridge between your body and your spirit is made of breath. Stop fighting your desires and start breathing into them, for only then will the poison of lust turn into the nectar of consciousness. My beloved ones, I see you, and I see the struggle in your eyes, the tension in your shoulders, and the shallow rhythm of your chest. You are here because you are seeking something. You are seeking a door, a way out of the mundane, a way into the miraculous. Today I want to talk to you about the most fundamental bridge you possess. A bridge that connects the visible with the invisible, the known with the unknown, and the biological with the divine. That bridge is your breath. But the secret I wish to share with you is not just about breathing. It is about the mysterious and deep-rooted link between your breath and your sexual energy. Most of you have been taught to fear both. You have been taught to control your breath and to suppress your sex. And in doing so, you have cut yourself off from the very source of life. Have you ever noticed that when you are afraid, your breath stops? When you are in a state of sudden shock, the first thing that happens is that you hold your breath. This is not a coincidence. This is a deep biological mechanism. If you want to stop feeling, you must stop breathing. If you want to suppress an emotion, the easiest way is to make your breath shallow. This is why the modern man lives in a constant state of anxiety, breathing only from the upper part of his lungs. He is afraid to let the breath go deep, down to the navel, down to the center where the sexual energy resides. Because if the breath goes deep, it will stir that energy. It will awaken the sleeping lion. And you have been told that the lion is dangerous, that the lion is a sin. Before we go deeper into this mystery, I want to invite you to join this circle of seekers. If you feel these words touching something real inside you, take a moment to subscribe to this channel and hit the like button. It is a simple gesture, but it helps these insights reach more hearts. that are longing for freedom. And if you feel moved to support this work further, you might find the join button below, or share your gratitude through a super thanks. These are ways to keep this flame alive, ensuring that the wisdom of the ages continues to flow to all who are ready. Also, for those who wish to study these techniques more intimately, our ebooks are available to guide you on your journey. Now, let me tell you why your breath is so vital to your sexual energy. In the ancient science of tantra, breath is seen as the vehicle of prana, the life force. And where is the largest reservoir of this life force in your body? It is in the sex center. Sex is the very beginning of life. It is the genesis of all that you are. It is the super atom of your existence. When you breathe naturally, the way a small child breathes, your abdomen moves. Have you ever watched a baby sleep? The chest is still, but the belly rises and falls. That is the natural way. When the breath goes deep into the belly, it physically massages the internal organs, but more importantly, it energetically massages the sex center. When the breath touches the sex center, the energy there is triggered. It begins to move, it begins to melt. Most people are terrified of this melting. They have been taught by centuries of moralists, priests, and well-wishers that sex is something to be ashamed of, something to be hidden. So unconsciously they have created a barrier. They have tightened their diaphragms. They have made their chests into a cage. They breathe just enough to stay alive, but not enough to live. They exist on the periphery. They never dive into the ocean of their own being, because the dive requires a deep, rhythmic, and uninhibited breath. Think about it. When you are in the act of love, what happens to your breath? It becomes intense. It becomes deep. It becomes wild. It is as if the body is trying to pull in as much oxygen as possible to fuel the fire that is being lit at the center. If you try to breathe shallowly during the act of love, the experience will be dull, mechanical, and frustrating. You will not reach a climax, or if you do, it will only be a local genital release, not a total body-soul explosion. To experience the ultimate, which Tantra calls Mahamudra, the great orgasm with the universe, you must allow the breath to be the bridge. The tragedy of humanity is that we have separated sex from spirituality. We have put sex in the gutter and God in the sky. But I tell you, they are two ends of the same ladder. Lust is the first rung, and the lard is the last rung. If you kick away the first rung, how do you expect to reach the last? You cannot. You will just be hanging in the air, frustrated and hypocritical. The secret link is the breath. By changing the way you breathe, you can change the quality of your energy. You can transform the raw biological energy of sex into the subtle spiritual energy of love and eventually into the silence of prayer. If you are finding this perspective helpful, please do share this video with a friend who might be struggling with these inner tensions. And I love reading your reflections, so leave a comment below about your own experience with breath and how it affects your state of mind. We are all learning together. Let us look at the mechanics of this transformation. When you breathe in, you are taking in the universe. When you breathe out, you are giving yourself back to the universe. In the middle, at the point where the breath turns, there is a moment of absolute stillness. In the Book of Secrets, we discuss 112 techniques of meditation. Many of them focus on this very point, the turning of the breath. Why? Because in that gap, you are neither in the body nor in the mind. You are simply a witness. And when you are a witness, the energy that was moving downward as sex can be redirected upward as consciousness. But you cannot redirect it if you are fighting it. This is the mistake of the monks and the ascetics. They try to kill the sexual desire. They try to starve the energy. But energy cannot be killed. It can only be transformed. If you suppress it, it becomes a poison. It becomes anger. It becomes greed. It becomes a perversion. Look at your holy men. They are often the most angry and judgmental people you will find. Why? Because they are sitting on a volcano of suppressed energy. And they have closed the vent. The breath is that vent. When you breathe deeply and with awareness, you allow the energy to circulate. You allow the volcano to become a garden. The navel is the center where life began. It was your first connection to your mother, and through her to the entire lineage of life. When the breath returns to the navel, you are returning to your source. And when the breath moves from the navel to the sex center, it carries with it the oxygen of awareness. Suddenly, sex is no longer a mechanical itch that needs to be scratched. It becomes a sacred dance, It becomes a way of connecting with the other on a soul level. This is why I say that tantra is the supreme understanding. It does not ask you to renounce anything. It asks you to bring awareness to everything. It asks you to be like a hollow bamboo. If you are a hollow bamboo, the divine can sing through you. But if you are full of ego, full of shoulds and shouldn'ts, the breath cannot flow. The energy gets stuck. You become a solid, heavy, and miserable thing. If you appreciate this journey into the depths of your own being, remember that you can support the channel through the join feature. Your contribution helps us produce more content that challenges the status quo and brings light to the hidden corners of the human psyche. Also, don't forget to check out our collection of ebooks. They are designed to be companions on your path to self-discovery. And for those who feel a special resonance with this particular talk, a super thanks is a wonderful way to show your appreciation. The modern world is obsessed with sex, but it knows nothing about it. It is obsessed because it is starved. It is like a man who dreams of food because he is hungry. But even when the modern man has sex, he remains hungry because he is not breathing. He is in a hurry. He wants the result, the discharge, the end. He is not interested in the process. He is not interested in the being. He is only interested in the doing. But sex is not a doing, it is a happening. It is a state of total let go. And you cannot let go if you are holding your breath. The moment you start breathing deeply, you will feel a new vitality in your body. You will feel a warmth in your lower abdomen. This is the fire of life. Don't be afraid of it. Welcome it. Let it spread through your limbs. Let it reach your heart. When sex energy reaches the heart, it becomes love. When it reaches the third eye, it becomes intuition. When it reaches the crown, it becomes enlightenment. But the journey begins at the base, and the vehicle is the breath. Many of you ask me, Osho, how can we meditate when our minds are so full of noise? I tell you, don't worry about the mind. The mind is just a ripple on the surface. Go to the breath. The breath is deeper than the mind. If you can master the breath, the mind will follow. If the breath is rhythmic and slow, the mind becomes calm. If the breath is deep and connected to the sex center, the mind becomes creative and joyful. You cannot be depressed and breathe deeply at the same time. It is physiologically impossible. Try it. Next time you feel sad, take 20 deep breaths letting the air go all the way down to the sex center, you will see that the sadness has evaporated. It cannot stay in a body that is full of life. I want you to start experimenting with this. Don't just listen to me, experience it. This is not a philosophy to be memorized. It is a science to be practiced. Tonight, when you lie down to sleep, put your hand on your navel. Feel it rise and fall. Don't force it, just watch it. Let the breath be natural. And as you watch the breath, feel the energy at the base of your spine. Feel the connection. You will notice that as the breath settles, the energy begins to hum. It is a very subtle vibration, like a distant bee's nest. That is your life force. That is the super atom waiting to be unleashed. If you find yourself coming back to these videos for clarity and peace, please do subscribe and join our community. Your presence here is valued. Engaging with the content through likes and comments not only supports the channel but also helps create a space for collective awakening. If you wish to dive deeper, our ebooks offer structured guidance on these very topics. And of course, the join button and super thanks are always there for those who wish to contribute to the growth of this work. You see, the society wants you to be a puppet. It wants you to be a productive machine. And a productive machine does not need to be enlightened. It only needs to be obedient. Awareness is the greatest threat to the status quo. And awareness starts with the breath. When you are aware of your breath, you become an individual. You are no longer part of the crowd. You are no longer a cog in the wheel. You become a living, breathing, pulsing reality. And a person who is full of life, a person who has integrated their sexual energy with their consciousness cannot be manipulated. They have found their own center. They have found their own truth. The link between breath and sex is the secret of the ages. It is the key that unlocks the door to the esoteric. It is the foundation of the psychology of the future. A psychology that does not see man as a bundle of complexes, but as a potential God. A potential that can only be realized if we are brave enough to breathe, brave enough to feel, and brave enough to love. This division between the head and the body is the greatest tragedy that has befallen humanity. You have become a house divided against itself. Your head lives in a world of abstractions, in a world of suds and arts, while your body, the real pulsing living part of you, is treated like a servant, or worse, like an enemy. And the commander of this division is the shallow breath. When you breathe only into your chest, you are effectively cutting off the supply of life to the lower half of your body. You are creating a border at the diaphragm. Beyond that border lies the forbidden zone, the abdomen, the sex center, the legs that connect you to the earth. Why are you so afraid to let the breath fall? Because the moment the breath falls into the belly, it begins to stir the depths. It is like throwing a stone into a still pool. The ripples reach the very bottom. Deep in your belly is the seat of your instinct, the seat of your raw power. It is where your animal resides. And your culture has told you that the animal is bad. But I tell you, without the animal, the angel cannot exist. The angel is just the fragrance of the animal. If you kill the animal, you kill the possibility of the divine. You must learn to breathe with the animal, to let that energy rise. Look at how you sit, how you stand. You are holding your belly in. You want to look slim. You want to look disciplined. You want to look civilized. But a tight belly is a sign of a deadened soul. When the belly is tight, the breath cannot reach the navel. And if it cannot reach the navel, it can never reach the sex center. The sex center is the source of your bioelectricity. It is the battery. If the breath does not reach the battery, there is no spark. Your life becomes a dim light, a flickering candle in a dark room, constantly threatened by the slightest wind of circumstance. In my talks on the Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, I speak about the first technique, watching the breath. But what does it mean to watch? It means to let the breath be so natural that you are simply a witness to its flow. When the breath goes in, it touches the navel. In that moment, there is a tiny microscopic pause. In that pause, you are one with the universe. Then the breath turns and goes out. At the end of the out breath, there is another pause. In that pause, you are no more. These 2 points, the turnings of the breath, are the doors to the temple. But to reach those doors, the breath must be deep. If it is shallow, you never reach the turning point at the navel. You turn back halfway and you remain in the head. The head is a chatterbox. It is a graveyard of old ideas and borrowed thoughts. It can never know the truth. It can only talk about it. truth is a lived experience, and experience requires the whole body. When you allow your breath to descend, you are essentially moving your consciousness from the head to the heart, and from the heart to the navel. This is the process of centering. A person who is centered in the navel is a person of immense power. They are not easily swayed. They are like a rock in the middle of a rushing river. And this centering is impossible without a deep, intimate connection with your sexual energy. People often ask why I talk so much about sex. I talk about it because it is the most suppressed, most misunderstood, and yet most vital part of your being. It is the base of the pillar. If the base is weak, the temple will fall. You have been told to move from sex to God, but you try to do it by bypassing the sex. You cannot bypass it. You must go through it. You must understand its mechanics, its poetry, its alchemy. And the alchemy of sex is the alchemy of breath. When two lovers are in deep communion, their breathing eventually falls into a single rhythm. They begin to breathe as one. In that moment, their separate egos dissolve. The I and thou disappear, and only the we remains. And if they go even deeper, even the we disappears, and there is only a vast, throbbing energy. This is what Tantra calls the ultimate orgasm. It has nothing to do with the friction of bodies. It has everything to do with the merging of breaths and the circulation of energy. The sex center is not just for reproduction. It is for transformation. It is the laboratory of the soul. If you can bring awareness to your breath as it touches the sex center, you will feel a strange phenomenon. You will feel that the energy is no longer moving out towards the other person. Instead, it begins to move up the spine. This is the secret of the urdhvaretas, the upward flow of energy. It is not something you do, it is something that happens when you are totally relaxed and breathing deeply. Suppression is the ego's way of trying to control life. Transformation is the soul's way of allowing life to fulfill itself. When you suppress your sexual energy, you are like a man who is trying to stop a river by building a dam. The water will collect, it will become stagnant, it will become foul, and eventually it will break the dam and cause a flood. But if you allow the river to flow and you simply guide it, it can irrigate the fields, it can provide power, and eventually it will reach the ocean. The breath is the guide. Every time you take a shallow breath, you are reinforcing the dam. You are saying no to life. You are saying, I am afraid to feel too much. I am afraid to be too alive. This fear is what the society thrives on. A fearful person is a consumer. A fearful person is a follower. A fearful person is a perfect citizen for a totalitarian state. But a person who breathes deeply, a person who is in touch with their sexual vitality, is a rebel. They cannot be enslaved because they have found a joy that is independent of external things. They have found the source of bliss within themselves. This joy, this ananda, is your birthright. It is not a reward for being good. It is the natural state of a healthy, integrated human being. But to reclaim it, you must first reclaim your breath. You must learn to breathe with your whole body. When you walk, let your belly move. When you talk, let the breath come from the depths. When you sit in silence, let the breath be the only thing that exists. The connection between the breath and sexual energy is also a connection between time and eternity. Sex is the most temporal of acts, yet in its peak, it gives you a glimpse of the timeless. Breath is the same. It happens in time, inhale, exhale, yet in the gaps between the breaths, time stops. By bringing these two together, you are bringing the earth and the sky together. You are becoming a bridge. Think about the quality of your desire. Is it a nervous, hurried desire? Is it a desire born of boredom? Or is it a deep, slow, pulsing call from your center? Most people's desire is just a mental projection. They see an image, they have a thought, and they react. But real sexual energy is not a reaction. It is an overflow. It is like a flower that becomes so full of fragrance that it must release it to the winds. To experience this overflow, you must have the capacity to contain the energy. And you can only contain it if your breathing is deep and your body is relaxed. A tight body cannot hold energy. It is like a cracked vessel. The energy leaks out. You feel exhausted. You feel depleted. You feel spent after sex. But if you are relaxed and breathing deeply, sex does not deplete you, it nourishes you. It leaves you more alive, more vibrant, more silent. This is the difference between sex as a release and sex as a meditation. One is a way to escape yourself, the other is a way to find yourself. I want you to look at your life and see how many times you have used sex as an escape. How many times have you used it to forget your worries, to dull your pain, to fill a void? In those moments, you weren't really there. You were just using your body as a machine. And because you weren't there, you weren't breathing. You were holding your breath, waiting for the end. But the end is not the point. The journey is the point. The breathing is the point. In the psychology of the esoteric, I explain that man is not a finished product. He is a process. He is a bridge between the animal and the divine. The animal is at the base, at the sex center. The divine is at the peak, at the sahasrar. The breath is the ladder that connects the two. If you stay only at the base, you are an animal. A very sophisticated animal perhaps, but an animal nonetheless. If you try to jump to the peak without the ladder, you will fall and break your neck. You will become a neurotic, a spiritual person who is full of ego and depression. The secret is to use the ladder. Every breath is a step. As you breathe in, the energy moves from the base towards the heart. As you breathe out, the energy moves from the heart back to the base, but it returns purified, carrying the light of the heart with it. Slowly, slowly the path is cleared. The hollow bamboo starts to take shape. The blockages in your energy channels, the nadis, begin to dissolve. And they dissolve not because of effort, but because of the gentle, persistent massage of the breath. In tantra, there is no place for effort. Effort is of the ego. The ego always wants to achieve something. It wants to attain enlightenment. But you cannot attain enlightenment. You can only allow it. It is like the sun rising. You cannot make the sun rise, but you can open your windows. Breathing deeply is opening the windows. Being aware of your sexual energy without judgment is opening the doors. When you are loose and natural, as Tilopa says in his song of Mahamudra, the yoke is broken. The yoke of society, the yoke of the past, the yoke of your own mind, you become free. And this freedom is not a political freedom. It is a spiritual freedom. It is the freedom to be who you are without apology. It is the freedom to breathe the air of the universe and to feel the fire of existence burning in your belly. Don't be afraid of the fire. The fire only burns that which is not real. It burns your masks, it burns your pretenses, it burns your lies. What remains is your original face, the face you had before you were born, the face you will have after you die. And that face is a face of total bliss. This original face is not something you have to invent. It is already there, buried under the layers of your conditioning, waiting for you to simply breathe it back into existence. You see, the energy that moves within you is neutral. It is neither sexual nor spiritual. It is just energy. It takes the name of the door through which it flows. When this energy flows through your biological organs, we call it sex. When it flows through your heart, we call it love. When it flows through your crown center, we call it enlightenment. But the electricity in the wires is the same, whether it lights a bulb, turns a fan, or runs a heater. The super atom of sex is the basic fuel of your life, and the breath is the regulator of this fuel. If you observe yourself closely, you will see that your breathing pattern changes with every emotion. When you are angry, your breath is fast and jagged. When you are in love, it is rhythmic and soft. When you are sexually aroused, it becomes deep and urgent. The breath is the remote control of your internal energy system. By consciously bringing the breath down to the navel, you are essentially telling your system that it is safe to be alive, safe to feel, and safe to expand. The shallow breathing of the modern man is a sign of a suppressed, contracted state of being. You are holding yourself back because you are afraid of your own intensity. You have been taught that intensity is dangerous. You have been taught to be cool, to be composed, to be rational. But life is not rational. Life is a wild, overflowing mystery. When you breathe deeply, you allow that wildness to enter your blood. When the breath reaches the sex center, which is just below the navel, it creates a friction, a warmth. This warmth is the beginning of the transformation. In the ancient texts of the East, this is called the opening of the furnace. You are lighting a fire that will eventually burn away the dross of your ego and leave only the gold of your consciousness, the navel, the center of life. The navel is your first center. It is where you were connected to the cosmic life force through your mother. But as you grow up, you moved away from the navel and into the head. You became a heady person. The head is the center of the ego, the center of calculation. The navel is the center of being, the center of intuition. When you breathe shallowly, you are feeding the head. When you breathe deeply, you are feeding the soul. Most people's sexual energy is stuck at the very periphery because they are breathing only with their chests. This results in what I call local sex, a momentary tension and a momentary relief. It is like an itch. You scratch it, and for a second you feel better, but nothing has really changed. You haven't been transformed. You haven't touched the divine. To transform sex into superconsciousness, the energy must be invited from the periphery to the center. And the invitation is the breath. When you are in a state of deep relaxation, breathing into your belly, you will notice that your sexual desire loses its feverish quality. It becomes a cool, calm glow. This is the difference between lust and vitality. Lust is a nervous tension. Vitality is a state of being. When your vitality is high, you don't feel a need to go and discharge your energy. Instead, you feel a deep contentment, a deep fulfillment. You are full of yourself. In the best sense of the word, you are an overflowing cup. This is the secret that the monks missed. They thought that by avoiding sex, they would become spiritual. But by avoiding sex, they only became dry. They became like dead wood. A tree that does not have sap cannot have flowers. Sexual energy is the sap of the human tree. It must be allowed to flow, and it must be allowed to rise. But it can only rise if the hollow bamboo is clear, and the bamboo is cleared by the wind of the breath. The mechanism of transformation. Let us look at the mechanics of how the breath transforms this energy. When you inhale deeply, the diaphragm moves down, pushing against the internal organs and the pelvic floor. This creates a physical pressure on the sex glands. This pressure acts as a massage, awakening the energy. As you exhale, the energy is drawn upwards. If you are aware, if you are a witness to this process, the energy does not leak out through the senses. Instead, it enters the central channel of the spine, the Sushumna. In this state, you are no longer a man or a woman. You are simply a pillar of light. The breath becomes more and more subtle until it is almost imperceptible. This is the state of kumbhaka, the natural retention of breath. In this stillness, the sexual energy, which is now purified and transformed into ojas, reaches the brain. It nourishes the higher centers of your consciousness. Suddenly, your mind is clear. Your heart is full of compassion. You feel a deep connection with every living thing. This is not a miracle. This is a simple scientific process. But it requires your total participation. You cannot do it half-heartedly. You cannot do it as a technique for 10 minutes and then go back to your shallow breathing, unconscious life. It must become your way of being. Every breath must be a deep breath. Every moment must be a conscious moment. People often ask me, but Osho, what about our daily lives? We have jobs, we have families, we have stresses. How can we breathe deeply in the middle of a traffic jam? I say to you, especially in a traffic jam, that is the best time to practice. Instead of getting angry, instead of letting your breath become shallow and jagged, take that opportunity to descend into your navel. Use the stress as a trigger to return to your center. The traffic jam is outside, why let it enter inside? By breathing deeply, you remain a master of your own inner space, moving beyond the ego. The ego is a parasite. It lives on your tension. It lives on your doing. The moment you relax, the moment you let the breath flow naturally, the ego begins to starve. This is why the mind creates so many excuses to keep you from breathing deeply. It will tell you that it's boring, or that nothing is happening, or that you have more important things to do. Don't listen to the mind. The mind is a servant that has become the master. It is time to put it back in its place. The sex center is the most powerful center in the body because it is the center of creation. When you breathe into it, you are tapping into the creative power of the universe itself. This is why tantra says that sex is the door to the divine. Not because sex itself is divine, but because the energy behind it is. If you can move the energy from the procreative function to the creative function, you become a creator. You become a poet, an artist, a dancer, or simply a person who lives life with a certain grace and beauty. This transformation is not a sublimation. Sublimation is a dirty word. It implies that you are taking something bad and trying to make it good. It implies a judgment. Transformation is different. Transformation means you accept the energy as it is and you give it a new direction. It is like taking water and turning it into steam. The water is not bad and the steam is not good. They are just different states of the same H2O. But steam has a power that water does not. Steam can run an engine. Transformed sexual energy can run the engine of your evolution. When you breathe, don't just breathe air. Breathe life. Breathe light. Feel the air entering your nostrils, moving down your throat, filling your lungs, and then continuing its journey down to the very base of your spine. Feel the energy there being stirred, being warmed, being awakened. And as you breathe out, feel that energy rising like a golden mist, filling your entire body, reaching your heart, reaching your head, and then flowing out of the top of your head into the infinite. This is the rhythm of the universe. The stars breathe, the oceans breathe, the earth breathes. When you breathe with your whole body, you are in tune with the cosmic rhythm. You are no longer an island. You are part of the vast continent of existence. In this state of attunement, all your problems disappear. Not because you have solved them, but because you have transcended them. You are now living on a different plane of being. A person who is in touch with their sexual energy through their breath is a person who is truly juicy. They have a certain radiance, a certain glow in their eyes. They are not dry, intellectual, or moralistic. They are overflowing with love and laughter. They are a celebration. And that celebration is the goal of all spirituality. Not a serious, somber, long-faced religion, but a religion of dance, a religion of song, a religion of deep, ecstatic breathing. So my beloved ones, start today, right now. As you are listening to these words, let your breath fall, let it go deep, let it touch the source. Don't be afraid of what you find there. Whatever is there is yours. It is your life. It is your energy. Embrace it. Breathe into it. And let the transformation begin. Let the super atom of your sex be the fuel that carries you to the stars of your own super consciousness. The journey is long, but every breath is a step. And the beauty of this journey is that the destination is not somewhere in the future. The destination is in every step. The destination is in every breath. You are already that which you are seeking. You just need to breathe away the clouds so you can see your own sun. I see many people trying to control their sexual energy through willpower. They try to be celibate, they try to repress their desires. This is a form of violence, and violence can never lead to peace. Willpower is just another name for the ego. The ego is trying to dominate the body, but the body is much wiser than the ego. The body has the wisdom of millions of years of evolution. The ego is just a few years old. Instead of willpower, use breath power. Instead of trying to control the energy, try to understand it. Understanding comes through awareness, and awareness is fed by the breath. When you feel a surge of sexual energy, don't judge it. Don't say this is bad or this is good. Simply take a deep breath. Bring the awareness to the feeling. See where it is located. See how it feels. And as you breathe, you will see that the energy begins to move. It is no longer stuck. It becomes a fluid, flowing stream. This is the pathless path. There are no maps here, only your own breath and your own awareness. But these are enough. They are the only tools you will ever need. The breath is the compass, and awareness is the light. With these two, you can navigate any ocean, no matter how stormy, and eventually the storm will subside, and you will find yourself in the calm, sunlit waters of your own soul. And when you find yourself in those sunlit waters, you will realize that the you who was struggling, the you who was trying to control the breath, the you who was feeling guilty about sexual desire, has simply vanished. This is the ultimate beauty of the path of tantra. It is not a path of improvement, but a path of disappearance. You don't become a better person. You simply cease to be an ego. And the moment the ego is gone, the divine is. The divine is not something you meet at the end of the road. The divine is the road itself, once the traveler has left. To understand this disappearance, we must look at the nature of the witness. In the Book of Secrets, I emphasize that the witness is not a thinker. The thinker is always judging. This is good, that is bad. This is spiritual, that is carnal. But the witness is like a mirror. A mirror reflects whatever comes before it. If a beautiful flower comes, the mirror reflects it. If a heap of garbage comes, the mirror reflects it. The mirror is not affected by either. It remains pure, empty, and silent. Your consciousness is that mirror, and your breath is the clear air that allows the reflection to happen. When you bring this mirror-like awareness to your sexual energy, something miraculous happens. Normally, your sexual energy is directed toward an object. You are attracted to someone, and your energy flows toward them. This is the biological horizontal movement. It is necessary for the survival of the species, but it is not enough for the evolution of the soul. When you use the breath to pull that energy back into your own center, and you simply watch the heat, the pulse, and the vibration of the energy, the horizontal movement becomes vertical. The energy starts to rise within your own column of light. This is the meaning of being a hollow bamboo. A hollow bamboo has no inner content of its own. It is just a passage for the wind. If the bamboo is full of knots of suppression, knots of anger, knots of greed, the wind cannot flow, and no music can be created. Your breath is the wind, and your body is the bamboo. The knots are the places where you have stopped breathing. Every trauma you have ever experienced, every no you were forced to say to your own nature, has created a knot in your body. Usually these knots are in the diaphragm and the pelvic floor. The pelvic floor is the bottom of the bamboo. If it is tight and closed, the energy is trapped. It becomes stagnant. It becomes what the psychologists call libido, but a frustrated libido. When you breathe deeply into the belly, you are essentially knocking on the door of the pelvic floor. You are telling it to relax, to open, to become part of the flow. And when the bottom opens and the top, the crown of the head is also open, you become a bridge between the earth and the sky. You are no longer a separate entity. You are a channel for the cosmic energy. I want you to understand that sexual energy is the most refined form of matter. It is matter becoming spirit. In the same way that a flame is the transition between the solid wood and the invisible heat, sexual energy is the transition between your physical body and your spiritual body. If you treat it as something dirty, you are essentially saying, that the flame is dirty because it comes from the wood. But the flame is what gives light. Without the wood, there is no flame. Without the flame, there is no light. Don't be a fool and try to have light without the fire. Most of the holy people you see are just cold. They are not spiritual. They are just refrigerated. They have frozen their energy and they call it purity. But purity is not cold. Purity is a white hot intensity. It is a fire that has burnt away all the smoke. When your breath is deep and your awareness is sharp, the smoke of lust, the possessiveness, the aggression, the objectification begins to disappear. What is left is the fire of pure energy. This fire is what the ancient alchemists were looking for. They were trying to turn lead into gold. Your lead is your unconscious biological drive. Your gold is your conscious spiritual bliss. And the philosopher's stone is the breath. Look at the word inspiration. It means both to breathe in and to be filled with spirit. This is not a linguistic accident. The ancient people knew that when you breathe, you are not just taking in oxygen. You are taking in the logos, the prana, the spirit. If you breathe shallowly, you are uninspired. You are living a low energy life, and a low energy life is always a miserable life. You need energy to be happy. You need energy to love. You need energy to even sit in silence. Silence is not the absence of energy. It is the highest form of energy. Energy is so intense that it becomes still. Think of a fast spinning wheel. When it reaches a certain speed, it looks like it is standing still. That is the stillness of the Buddha. It is not the stillness of a stone. It is the stillness of a super atom. And that super atom is fueled by the integration of breath and sex. When the breath and the sex energy meet at the navel, they create a third energy which the Taoists call Te and the Indians call Ojas. This energy is what builds your diamond body, your indestructible inner self. You have lived many lives as an animal, and the animal is still very strong in you. There is nothing wrong with that. The animal is your foundation. But you are not meant to stay in the foundation forever. You are meant to build a palace on top of it. But how can you build a palace if you are ashamed of the foundation? You must accept the animal fully. You must say yes to your instincts. And the moment you say yes, the conflict ends. When the conflict ends, the energy that was wasted in the inner war becomes available for your growth. This is the peace that passeth understanding. It is the peace that comes when the lion and the lamb lie down together within you. The lamb is your innocence, your vulnerability, your prayerfulness. The lion is your passion, your sexuality, your vital power. Through the breath, you bring them together. When you breathe into your sex center with the innocence of a child, the lion becomes a vehicle for the lamb. Your passion becomes your prayer. Your sex becomes your samadhi. This is the supreme understanding of tantra. It is the most non-dualistic approach to life ever conceived. It says that there is no other. There is no devil to be fought. There is only unconscious energy to be made conscious. The society is very afraid of this. The society wants you to be divided. It wants your lion to be in a cage and your lamb to be a slave. A divided person is weak. A divided person can be easily led to the factory, to the office, to the war. But a person who has integrated their breath and their energy is a whole person. They are individual, one who cannot be divided. Such a person is a law unto themselves. They don't follow the morality of the crowd. They follow the light of their own being. This light is not a cold intellectual light. It is a warm, pulsating light. It is the light of love. You cannot love if you are breathing shallowly. Love requires a deep expansion of the chest and the belly. Love requires a melting of the boundaries, and the melting is a physical process as much as a spiritual one. When you breathe deeply, your blood becomes more alkaline. Your nervous system switches from fight or flight to rest and digest, and your heart opens. In this physiological stage, love is a natural consequence. It is not an effort, it is an overflow. This is why I say that the path from sex to superconsciousness is the only real path. Everything else is just a detour. You may spend your whole life reading scriptures, chanting mantras, and performing rituals, but if you haven't transformed your basic energy, you have only painted the surface of the house. The foundation is still rotting. But if you work with the breath, you are working with the very roots of your existence. You are changing the flavor of your life from the inside out, and don't be in a hurry. Existence is not in a hurry. The stars move slowly. The seasons change slowly. The flower doesn't jump out of the seed, it grows. Allow yourself to grow. Start by becoming aware of your breath in the small moments of the day. When you are waiting for a cup of tea, when you are walking to your car, when you are looking at the sky, just check, where is my breath? Is it in my chest or is it in my belly? If it is in the chest, gently, without any force, let it drop. Let it touch the navel. Feel the connection between the navel and the base of the spine. As you do this, you will feel a sense of grounding. You will feel that you are not just a head floating in the air. You are a being rooted in the earth. And from those roots, the sap will begin to rise. You will feel more sexual, yes, but in a new way. Not as a hunger for another person, but as a fullness within yourself. You will feel a certain juiciness, a certain joy in just being alive. Your skin will feel more sensitive. Your eyes will see more color. Your ears will hear more music. This is because your bioenergy is no longer suppressed. It is circulating. This circulation is the key to health, the key to longevity, and the key to meditation. In the Yoga Sutras, Patanjali talks about pranayama. But people have turned pranayama into a gymnastics of the nose. It is not about how long you can hold your breath. It is about how alive you are while you are breathing. It is about the quality of the life force. If your breath is connected to your sexual center, every breath is a pranayama. Every breath is an act of energy expansion. The super atom of sex is the most concentrated form of energy in the universe. It is the same energy that is in the sun, in the lightning, in the stars. In you, it is available as sexual energy. It is your personal sun. When you breathe into it, you are fanning the flames. You are allowing your inner sun to shine. And when that sun shines at its zenith, the ego disappears, just as shadows disappear at noon. This is the state of no shadow. This is the state of the Buddha. In the state of the Buddha, there is no sex and there is no celibacy. Both are gone. When the river reaches the ocean, is it still a river? No. But it is not a river either. It has simply become the ocean. In the same way, when your energy reaches the crown, it is no longer sexual, but it is not anti-sexual either. It is simply total energy. It is Mahamudra. It is the great gesture of the universe, where the part and the whole are one. So let the breath be your teacher. Let the energy be your guide. Don't look for any other master outside until you have found the master within. And the master within is found through the most humble of acts, breathing. Breathe into your depths. Breathe into your passions. Breathe into your fears. Let the breath be the light that illuminates the dark corners of your soul. And one day you will find that there are no dark corners left. Everything is light. Everything is a celebration. Everything is God. This is the promise of tantra. Not a promise for the next life, but a promise for this very moment. You don't have to wait for death to be in heaven. If you can breathe deeply and love totally, you are in heaven right now. The secret link is in your nostrils, in your belly, in your sex. It is as close as your own heartbeat. Reach for it, breathe for it, be it. And because you are it, there is nowhere to go, there is no goal to be achieved, only a reality to be lived. In Tilopa's Song of Mahamudra, the first and most fundamental instruction is to remain loose and natural. But how can you be loose if you are not breathing? Tension is nothing but a holding of the breath. Look at your body right now. Is your belly soft, or is it pulled in, hard like a shield? If it is hard, you are in a state of fight. You are prepared for an enemy that doesn't exist. This hardness in the midsection acts as a dam, preventing the sexual energy from rising and preventing the cosmic energy from descending. When you allow the belly to relax, the breath naturally goes deeper. It reaches the very floor of your pelvis, the Mula center. This is where the serpent of life, the kundalini, lies coiled. It is not a physical serpent, but a concentration of your bioelectricity. When the breath touches this area, it is like blowing on a coal. The coal begins to glow. The heat begins to radiate. This is the warmth of life. If you are afraid of this warmth, you will immediately tighten your belly and pull the breath back up into your chest. You will become cool again, but you will also become dead. To be loose and natural means to allow the breath to reach the sex center without any judgment. Most of you have been conditioned to think that the sex center is a lower center. I say to you, there is nothing high and nothing low. The roots of a tree are under the earth, in the dark, in the mud. The flowers are high up in the sky, in the light, in the sun. are the roots lower than the flowers? If you think so, try cutting the roots and see what happens to your higher flowers. They will wither and die within an hour. The roots and the flowers are part of one single energy. Your sex center is the root, and your superconsciousness is the flower. The breath is the sap that carries the nourishment from the roots to the crown. The reason you have been taught to breathe shallowly is that the society does not want you to have too much sap. A person with high energy is unpredictable. A person with high energy is creative. A person with high energy has a will of their own. The society prefers low energy people because they are easier to manage. They are sheep. And the easiest way to keep a person's energy low is to make them afraid of their own sexuality and to make their breathing restricted. This creates a state of chronic exhaustion. You are tired not because you work too much, but because you are constantly suppressing your own life force. Think of the energy at the base of your spine as a super atom. In From Sex to Super Consciousness, I talk about this atom as the genesis of all love. When this atom is split through the friction of deep breathing and awareness, it releases a tremendous amount of energy. If this energy is used only for biological reproduction, it is like using a nuclear reactor to light a single match. It is a waste. But if this energy is allowed to circulate through the body, it transforms every cell. It changes your very chemistry. It makes you a siddha, a perfected being. But this perfection is not a doing, it is a letting go. You don't circulate the energy, you simply stop blocking it. The breath is the natural circulator. When you inhale, you are pulling the energy in. When you exhale, you are letting it expand. If you can stay aware of the gap between the breaths, you will find that in that gap, the energy is neither moving in nor out. It is just is. In that moment of isness, you are in Mahamudra. You are in total orgasm with the whole. People often ask about the sexual nature of the breath. If you watch your breathing, when you are in a state of high creative passion, whether you are painting, dancing, or making love, you will see that the breath becomes deep, rhythmic, and connected. There is no breath between the inhale and the exhale. It becomes a circle. This circular breathing is the secret of many ancient schools of mystery. When the breath moves in a circle, the energy moves in a circle. And a circle has no beginning and no end. It is the symbol of the eternal. When your energy is moving in a circular way between your sex center and your crown, you become a self-contained unit of bliss. You don't need anyone else to make you happy. Your happiness is no longer dependent on an object. This is what true celibacy is. Not the avoidance of sex, but the independence of joy. A person who has found this inner circle can still enjoy sex with another, but they are no longer a beggar for it. They are a giver. Their sex is not a demand. It is a sharing of their own inner overflow. This changes the whole quality of your relationships. When two beggars meet, they both try to snatch something from the other. This results in conflict, jealousy, and misery. But when two overflowing beings meet, they share their abundance. Their union is not a biological necessity, it is a spiritual celebration. And the foundation of this celebration is the breath. If you can breathe with your partner, if you can let your breaths merge, you will find that your bodies are no longer two separate things. They become a single field of energy. This is the path of tantra. It is a path of incorporation, not exclusion. It says, use your body, use your breath, use your sex, use your mind, use everything you have as a stepping stone. Don't throw anything away. If you throw away the mud, you will never have the lotus. The secret link between the breath and the sex energy is the alchemy that turns the mud of lust into the lotus of prayer. When you breathe deeply into your navel, you are essentially returning to the hara, the center of your existence. In the Japanese tradition, the hara is everything. It is where life begins and where it ends. A person who lives from the hara is a person of immense stability. In the West, you live from the head, which is why you are so easily knocked off balance. The head is a pendulum. It is always swinging between the past and the future. The navel is the center. It is always in the present. And the breath is the only thing that is always in the present. You cannot breathe in the past. You cannot breathe in the future. You can only breathe now. By connecting your breath to your sex center, you are bringing your most powerful energy into the now. You are making your biological drive a meditative force. This is the inward revolution I talk about in the psychology of the esoteric. It is a revolution that starts in your own lungs and ends in your enlightenment. It doesn't require any temple, any priest, or any scripture. It only requires a body that is alive and a mind that is aware. I want you to experience this livingness. Don't be a corpse walking through the streets. Most people are breathing corpses. They move, they eat, they work, but there is no fire in them. The fire is gone because they have cut the link between the breath and the sex center. They are living on emergency rations of energy. I want you to live on the infinite supply. Next time you are in nature, sit under a tree and let your breathing be as deep as the roots of that tree. Feel the air moving all the way down to your sex center. And as the energy is triggered, don't try to do anything with it. Just watch it. Let it move through your body like a warm breeze. Let it tickle your heart. Let it light up your brain. You will see that you are much more than a collection of bones and skin. You are a vast, luminous consciousness. This consciousness is not something you have to find. It is something you have to be. And the breath is the bridge to that being. When the bridge is strong, when the link is clear, the journey is a joy. The journey is the goal. Every deep breath is a moment of liberation. Every conscious connection with your energy is an act of prayer. The society has made you serious. I want to make you playful. Seriousness is a disease. It is a sign that your energy is stuck. Laughter is the most spiritual thing there is, because laughter is an overflow of energy. When you laugh, you breathe deeply. When you laugh, your belly moves. When you laugh, you are for a moment in the hara. A person who can laugh totally is a person who is in touch with their sexual energy. Only a person who is repressed is serious. The Buddha is smiling for a reason. He has found the joke. The joke is that you are looking for that which you already are. You are looking for God, but God is hidden in your breath. You are looking for love, but love is the fragrance of your transformed sexual energy. You are looking for peace, but peace is the silence between your inhalations and exhalations. Stop looking and start breathing. Stop seeking and start being. The secret link is not a secret anymore. It is a revealed truth. It is the very pulse of your life. As you go through your day, remember this: your breath is your most precious possession. It is the thread that ties you to the universe, and your sexual energy is your most precious power. It is the fuel for your flight to the divine. When you bring the thread and the fuel together, you become a flying man, a person who has transcended the gravity of the earth and is soaring in the sky of the spirit. Don't listen to the thou shalt nots of the past. Listen to the thou art of the present. You are the breath. You are the energy. You are the divine. There is no separation. There has never been any separation. The only thing that was missing was your awareness. And awareness is the light that is fed by the breath. Keep the flame burning. Don't let it go out. Don't let the shallow breathing of the world extinguish your inner light. Be a rebel. Breathe deeply. Love totally. Live intensely. And in that intensity, you will find the truth that all the masters have been talking about. It is not in the books, it is not in the stars, it is in you. It is you. And because you are this energy, any effort to manage it or control it is simply a way of the ego trying to survive. The ego is the controller, and as long as there is a controller, there is no freedom. Freedom comes when you realize that you are the flow itself. This flow is most visible in your breathing and most intense in your sexual energy. When you bring them together at the navel, the bridge between the body and the soul, you are essentially performing the highest form of alchemy. In the Book of Secrets, we explore the technique of centering. Centering means finding the point within you that never moves, even while everything else is in constant motion. Your thoughts are moving, your emotions are moving, your body is aging, the world is changing, but there is a center of the cyclone. That center is located exactly where the breath touches the sex center. When the breath goes deep, it creates a click at the navel. If you can catch that click, you have found your home. Most people are homeless because they live only in the balconies of their minds. They never go down into the foundation, the basement, where the real power is stored. They are afraid of the basement because it is dark and mysterious. But that darkness is not the darkness of an absence of light. It is the darkness of a womb. It is the darkness of potential. When you breathe into that darkness, you are bringing consciousness into the unconscious. You are lighting a candle in the cellar. And suddenly, the monsters you were afraid of, the shameful sexual desires, the wild instincts are revealed to be nothing but raw, beautiful energy waiting to be used. I want you to think about the word orgasm. For most people, it is a local momentary release of tension. It is a biological sneeze. But in Tantra, orgasm is a state of being. It is a total body experience where every cell of your body is breathing. Have you ever noticed that in the peak of a sexual climax, your breath stops for a moment? That is a natural kumbhaka. In that moment, you are out of time, you are out of mind, you are simply is. If you can learn to reach that state through the breath alone, without the need for an external object, you have become a master of your own bliss. This is not to say that you should stop having sex. It means that your sex will become a meditation. When you are with your partner, don't be in a hurry to reach the end. Let the breath be the music. Breathe together. Let the inhale of one be the exhale of the other. Create a circle of breath. In that circle, the sexual energy doesn't just explode and disappear. It implodes and rises. It begins to move up the spine, through the heart, to the third eye. This upward movement is what I call the inward revolution. It is a revolution against the gravity of the earth. Biology is gravity. It pulls you down toward the earth, toward procreation, toward the survival of the species. Consciousness is grace. It pulls you up toward the sky, toward the divine, toward the realization of the individual. The breath is the only thing that can mediate between gravity and grace. It is the only thing that belongs to both. When you breathe shallowly, you are siding with gravity. You are keeping yourself heavy, dull, and earthbound. When you breathe deeply, you are inviting grace. You are becoming lighter. You are becoming buoyant. This is why a person who is deep in meditation often feels as if they are levitating. Physically, they may be sitting on the ground, but energetically, they have transcended the weight of the ego. They have become as light as a feather. Let us talk about the friction of the breath. When air moves through your nostrils and down your throat, it creates a subtle friction. When it reaches the navel and pushes against the sex center, it creates an even deeper friction. This friction generates heat, what the Tibetans call tummo. This heat is not just physical, it is psychic. It is the fire that melts the ice of your conditioning. We are all born liquid, like water. But the society freezes us. It makes us into blocks of ice, solid, rigid, and separate. The heat of the breath and the sex energy turns the ice back into water and eventually the water into steam. Steam can expand, steam can fly. Water is bound by the banks of the river, but steam is free to go anywhere. A person whose energy has been steamed through the breath is a free spirit. They are no longer bound by the banks of tradition, morality, or religion. They have their own sky. Many people come to me and say, Osho, we want to be spiritual, but we are plagued by sexual thoughts. I tell them, don't call them plagues, call them reminders. Every sexual thought is a reminder that you have energy that is looking for a way out. It is a reminder that you are breathing shallowly. If you were breathing deeply, that energy would already be moving. It would be nourishing your heart. It would be clearing your mind. The thought only arises because the energy is stuck. A thought is a substitute for a lived experience. If you live the energy, the thought disappears. The mind is a parasite that lives on unlived life. The more you miss your life, the more your mind will chatter. If you are totally in your breath, if you are totally in your energy, the mind becomes silent. It has nothing to say because there is no gap for it to fill. You are full. And in that fullness, there is a silence that is not the silence of a graveyard, but the silence of a garden at dawn. It is a pregnant silence, full of the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The link between breath and sex is the link between the seen and the unseen. Your breath is seen through the movement of your chest, but the prana is unseen. Your sexual organs are seen, but the virya, the vital energy, is unseen. Meditation is the art of moving from the seen to the unseen, using the seen as a doorway. You cannot see the energy rising in your spine, but you can feel the breath that triggers it. You can feel the warmth that follows it. You can feel the clarity that results from it. Trust your feeling. The mind is a liar. The body never lies. If your body feels tense, you are breathing wrong. If your body feels heavy, you are suppressing your energy. If your body feels joyful and light, you are in tune. It is a very simple feedback system. You don't need a psychiatrist to tell you if you are happy. Your breath will tell you. Your skin will tell you. Your juiciness will tell you. I want you to be juicy. I don't want you to be like the dry, dusty scholars who spend their lives in libraries. They know everything about the breath, but they haven't taken a single deep breath in years. They know everything about tantra, but they are afraid of their own bodies. I want you to be an existential seeker, someone who knows the truth because they have tasted it. And the taste of truth is the taste of your own life force, uninhibited and flowing. Think of yourself as an instrument, a violin perhaps. The sex center is the body of the violin, where the resonance happens. The breath is the bow. If the bow is used correctly, if the rhythm is right, the violin produces a celestial music. If the bow is used harshly, or if it is not used at all, there is no music, only silence or noise. Most people's lives are just noise because they don't know how to use the bow. They are hacking at the strings, or they are so afraid of making a wrong sound that they don't play at all. Don't be afraid of the sound. Even if it is a wrong sound at first, keep playing, keep breathing, keep feeling. Eventually, the rhythm will find you. You don't find the rhythm finds you. When you are available, availability is another name for relaxation. When you are totally relaxed, breathing into your belly, you are available to the whole universe. You are an open ear, an open heart, an open womb. In the Tantra, the supreme understanding, we talk about effortless action. This is the highest state of human evolution. It is when you are doing everything, yet you are not the doer. The breath is happening, the heart is beating, the energy is moving, and you are just a witness, a passenger on this beautiful journey. You are not pushing the river, you are flowing with it. The struggle of the modern man is the struggle of someone trying to swim against the current. You are trying to be somebody. You are trying to get somewhere. You are trying to achieve enlightenment. But enlightenment is not an achievement. It is a relaxation. It is the realization that there is nowhere to go and nothing to become. You are already at the destination. You are already the Buddha. You just need to stop doing so much so that you can see it. The breath is the ultimate doing that leads to non-doing. It is the only thing you can do consciously that eventually becomes an unconscious flow. By consciously breathing deeply for a while, you are training your body to return to its natural state. And once the body returns to its natural state, the consciousness follows. It is a bottom-up approach. Most religions try a top-down approach. They tell you to change your mind, to change your thoughts, to change your beliefs. But the mind is a slippery thing. It can agree with you today and betray you tomorrow. The body is more reliable. If you change your breathing, you change your chemistry. And if you change your chemistry, the mind has no choice but to follow. This is the secret link. It is the secret of the masters, the secret of the mystics, the secret of the lovers. It is the link that turns a mundane existence into a sacred one. It is the link that turns a biological animal into a spiritual god. And it is waiting for you in every inhalation and every exhalation. So as we continue this journey together, let your breath be your anchor. Don't get lost in my words. My words are just fingers pointing at the moon. Don't bite the finger. Look where it is pointing. It is pointing within you. It is pointing to that space where your breath meets your fire. Go there. Stay there. Be there. The silence that follows a deep breath is the silence of the soul. In that silence, all questions are answered. Not because you have found the answer, but because the questioner has disappeared. And when the questioner is gone, the mystery is solved. The mystery is not something to be understood, it is something to be lived. Live the mystery, breathe the mystery, be the mystery. When you become this mystery, you no longer look at the world with the eyes of a judge or a bookkeeper. You look with the eyes of a lover. And the greatest lover is one whose breath is deep and whose energy is unified. Most people are broken inside because their breath never reaches their sex center. They are like a house where the electricity is only connected to the porch light, while the rest of the rooms are in darkness. I want you to turn on all the lights. I want you to inhabit your whole body, from the soles of your feet to the crown of your head. And the only way to do that is to breathe your way in. The hollow bamboo is not just a poetic image, it is a physiological reality. If you relax your throat, relax your chest, and relax your belly, you will feel that you are indeed hollow. The breath flows through you without meeting any resistance. In that lack of resistance, the sexual energy, which is usually a knot at the base of the spine, begins to untie itself. It is like a coiled rope that is finally being straightened out. As the rope straightens, it becomes a ladder. And as you climb that ladder with your awareness, you realize that the higher you go, the more the air changes. At the level of the sex center, the air is hot and thick with biology. At the level of the heart, it is warm and fragrant with love. At the level of the third eye, it is cool and crystal clear with intuition. And at the crown, there is no air, only the void, the sunyata. This sunyata, this nothingness, is the goal of all tantra. But it is not a nothingness of absence. It is a nothingness of total presence. It is like a room that is so full of light that you can no longer see the objects in it. You are so full of life that you are no longer a person. This is the ultimate peak of sexual energy. When the energy is totally transformed, it becomes a light that illuminates the whole universe. You become a sun. Think about the sun. It gives light and life to everything. Yet it asks for nothing in return. It doesn't judge the sinner or the saint. It shines on both. This is the quality of an enlightened consciousness. And this quality is born from the super atom of sex. If you suppress the atom, you are just a dark, cold stone. If you split the atom through the breath, you are a radiant star. This is why I say that the sexual energy is the most sacred thing you have. It is your potential for godhood. But look at what the religions have done to this sacred energy. They have turned it into a source of guilt, a source of shame, a source of fear. They have made you feel like you are carrying a sin in your pants. And because you feel it is a sin, you try to ignore it. You try to keep your breath away from it. You breathe into your chest, hoping that the beast downstairs will stay asleep. But the beast doesn't stay asleep. It just becomes angry. It becomes a monster in your dreams, a perversion in your mind, a sickness in your body. I tell you, there is no beast. There is only life. And life is divine. If you want to know God, you must first know the life that is pulsating in your sex center. You must breathe into it. You must give it air. You must give it space. You must give it love. When you love your sexual energy, it stops being sexual and starts being spiritual. Love is the alchemy, and the breath is the carrier of love. When you take a deep breath, you are saying yes to existence. You are saying, I accept this life. I accept this body. I accept this energy. In that yes, the conflict ends. And the moment the conflict ends, the energy is free to move. It is like a bird that has been kept in a cage for years. The moment you open the door, the bird doesn't have to learn how to fly, it just flies. Flying is its nature. Rising is the nature of your energy. You have just been keeping the door closed by breathing shallowly. I want you to experiment with a technique from the Book of Secrets. Sit silently, close your eyes. First, just watch your breath. Don't change it, just watch it. See how it is shallow, how it is hurried. Then very slowly start to let it go deeper. Don't force it, just invite it. Imagine that your nostrils are not in your nose, but in your navel. Imagine that you are breathing through your navel. As the breath goes in, feel it touching the sex center. Feel the warmth. And as the breath goes out, feel the energy rising like a subtle mist towards your heart. If you do this for just 10 minutes, you will feel a change in your whole being. You will feel a certain centeredness. You will feel that you are no longer a victim of your desires, but a master of your energy. Desire is just energy looking for a direction. If you don't give it a direction, it goes into the old biological ruts. If you give it the direction of the breath, it goes toward the sky. This is the meaning of the inward revolution. It is not about changing the world. It is about changing your own energy system. The world is just a reflection of your inner state. If you are divided, the world is divided. If you are in conflict, the world is in conflict. But if you are unified, if your breath and your sex are one, then the world is a paradise. You see beauty everywhere because you are beauty. You see God everywhere because you are God. The psychologists talk about repression, but they don't know the cure. They think the cure is to express the energy, to go out and have more sex. But that is just another way of throwing the energy away. It provides a momentary relief, but the hunger remains. The real cure is not expression, nor is it repression. The real cure is transformation. And transformation happens when you bring awareness and breath to the energy. When you watch the desire without acting on it and without suppressing it, the energy has no choice but to rise. It follows the path of least resistance, and that path is the hollow bamboo of your spine. This is why I don't give you any moral commandments. I don't tell you to be good. I don't tell you to be celibate. I only tell you to be aware. Awareness is a fire that burns the dross and leaves the gold. If you are aware of your breath, you will naturally stop doing things that hurt your body. If you are aware of your energy, you will naturally stop wasting it in meaningless pursuits. You will become a miser of your energy, not out of greed, but out of a sense of the sacred. You will want to save your energy so that it can reach the peak. Think of it like this: if you have only a little water, you can only make a small puddle. If you have a lot of water, you can make a river. If you have a vast amount of water, you can reach the ocean. Your sexual energy is the water. Your breath is the channel. Don't let the water leak out through the cracks of your unconsciousness. Keep the channel clear. Let the water collect until it becomes a flood of bliss. This flood of bliss is what the mystics call Anand. It is a state that is not dependent on any external cause. It is not because you have won the lottery, or because you have found a new lover, or because you have become famous. It is simply because you are alive and your energy is flowing. This is the only real wealth. Everything else can be taken away from you, but this inner bliss is yours forever. Even death cannot take it away, because death only takes the seen, not the unseen. The secret link between the breath and the sex energy is the most important discovery in the history of human consciousness. It is more important than the discovery of fire, more important than the discovery of electricity, because those are external fires, and this is the internal fire. Those can light your house, but this can light your soul. I see many people who are dead, even though they are still breathing. Their eyes are dull, their skin is grey, their movements are mechanical. They have lost the link. They are like a car that is being pushed because the engine is broken. I want to fix your engine. I want to reconnect the battery. I want to see you running on your own power. And that power is already there, waiting in your sex center. It has been there since you were in your mother's womb. You just need to breathe it back to life. Don't be afraid of your intensity. Don't be afraid of your passion. The society is afraid of it, but the society is not your friend. The society is a machine that wants to use you. Your life is not for the society. Your life is for you. Your life is for existence. Use your energy to reach the highest peak possible. Don't settle for anything less than the stars. The breath is a bridge. On one side of the bridge is the animal, and on the other side is the divine. Don't stop in the middle. Use the bridge to reach the other shore. And once you reach the other shore, you can throw the bridge away. You won't need it anymore. You will be the sky itself. In the tantra, the supreme understanding, Tilopa says, be like a hollow bamboo. This is the ultimate instruction for the seeker. If you are hollow, the divine can sing through you. If you are full of yourself, there is no room for the music. And the hollowness starts with the breath. When you breathe deeply, you are emptying yourself. You are letting out the stale air, the old thoughts, the used up energy. And as you inhale, you are taking in the fresh, the new, the eternal. This constant renewal is the secret of eternal youth. A person who breathes deeply and is in touch with their sexual energy never grows old. Their body may age, but their spirit remains forever young. They have a certain sparkle that never goes out. They are always in a state of wonder, always in a state of surprise. For them, every moment is a new birth. This is the life I want for you. A life of total freedom, total joy, and total intensity. And it is all within your reach. It is as close as your next breath. Just let it go deep. Let it touch the roots. Let the root feed the flower, and let the flower release its fragrance to the universe. As you listen to these words, don't just understand them with your heads. Let them sink into your belly. Let them move with your breath. Feel the truth of them in your own body. You don't need any proof. The body is the proof. If you feel more alive, if you feel more silent, if you feel more at home, then the words have done their work. They have served as a bridge. Now cross the bridge and enter the temple of your own being. The temple is empty, and that is its beauty. There is no statue there, no priest, no ritual. There is only a vast silence and a throbbing energy. That energy is you. That silence is you. You are the deity in your own temple. And the breath is the incense you offer to yourself. So breathe, my beloved ones. Breathe deeply. Breathe consciously. Breathe with love. Let the link be restored. Let the energy rise, and let the celebration begin. There is nothing to wait for. The time is now. The place is here. and you are the one you have been waiting for. This waiting is the only thing that keeps you from finding. You are waiting for someone to give you permission to be whole. But the only one who can give that permission is you. And the only way to grant it is to breathe. In the psychology of the esoteric, I speak of 3 steps to the divine: sex, love, and prayer. These are not 3 separate rooms. They are 3 levels of the same energy. Sex is the energy at its most condensed, most physical, most rooted in the earth. Love is the same energy when it becomes subtle, when it begins to move through the heart, when it becomes a fragrance. And prayer is the ultimate refinement, when the energy is so thin, so pure, that it becomes one with the sky. The breath is what moves the energy from one step to the next. When you are in the first step, sex, your breath is intense and heavy. It is like the roar of a fire. If you can remain aware during this intensity, if you don't lose yourself in the mechanical release, you will find that the fire begins to produce a light. That light is the second step, love. In love, your breath becomes rhythmic, deep, and harmonious. It is no longer a roar, it is a psalm. And as you go deeper into this psalm, it eventually turns into a silence. That silence is the third step, prayer. In prayer, the breath is so still that you cannot even feel it. You are breathing with the whole universe. Most of humanity is stuck on the first step. And even there, they are not fully present. They are guilty about being on the first step, so they try to jump to the third step, prayer. But a prayer that is not rooted in the vitality of sex is a dead prayer. It is just words, just a parrot repeating what it has been taught. To have a living prayer, you must have a living body. And to have a living body, you must have a deep, uninhibited connection with your sexual energy. This is the super atom I often mention. Sex is the genesis, it is the beginning. Everything that is beautiful, art, music, poetry, meditation, has its roots in this energy. If you cut the roots, the tree dies. If you suppress the sex, you suppress the soul. The breath is the link that prevents this suppression. When you breathe deeply into the navel, you are acknowledging the root. You are feeding the root with the oxygen of your consciousness. And when the root is fed, it naturally pushes the energy upward. You don't have to try to be loving. Love becomes your natural state. You don't have to try to pray. Your very existence becomes a prayer. The navel, the hara, is the junction. It is where the physical meets the spiritual. It is the biological center and the spiritual gateway. When you were in the womb, you were fed through the navel. You were one with your mother, and through her, you were one with the whole existence. When the umbilical cord was cut, you became an individual, but you also became separate. This separation is the cause of all your suffering. You are looking for that last unity, that last oneness. You look for it in sex, you look for it in money, you look for it in power, but you can only find it by returning to the navel. The breath is the umbilical cord that connects you to the universe. When you breathe deeply into the navel, you are reconnecting the cord. You are returning to the state of the womb. But with a difference, now you are conscious. This is what it means to be born again. Not as a member of a religion, but as a being of light. And the transformation happens at the sex center. When the breath touches the sex center, the biological energy is unlocked. It stops being a drive and becomes a flow. Think of your sexual energy as a river. If the river is blocked by dams, the dams of morality, the dams of shame, the dams of shallow breathing, it becomes a stagnant swamp. But if the dams are removed, the river flows toward the ocean. The breath is the tool that removes the blocks. By breathing into the tension, by breathing into the shame, you are melting the blocks. You are allowing the river to be a river again. The modern world is obsessed with sex because it has forgotten how to breathe. Because it cannot breathe deeply, it cannot feel deeply. And because it cannot feel deeply, it seeks more and more stimulation to feel something, anything. This is the root of all pornography, all sexual violence, all perversion. It is a desperate attempt to feel alive in a body that has been deadened by shallow breathing. But no amount of external stimulation can replace the inner fire. The fire must be lit from within, and the breath is the bellows. In Tantra, the supreme understanding, we explore the concept of effortlessness. This is very difficult for the Western mind to understand. You have been taught that everything must be achieved through hard work and effort. But meditation is not a work, it is a play. It is a let go. When you try to breathe deeply, you are still in the ego. When you allow yourself to be breathed, you are in meditation. The difference is subtle but total. Next time you are feeling sexually aroused, don't rush into action. Sit with it. Breathe with it. Let the breath go all the way down to the source of the arousal. Feel the energy pulsing there. Don't call it sex. Don't call it anything. Just feel the vibration. And as you breathe, you will notice that the vibration begins to spread. It is no longer confined to the genital area. It moves into your belly, into your solar plexus, into your heart. You will feel a sudden expansion, a sudden lightness. This is the upward flow. This is the transmutation of matter into spirit. This is why I say that sex is the most spiritual act possible, provided it is done with awareness and breath. It is the only act where you naturally transcend the ego, if only for a few seconds. In that peak moment, you are not a husband, you are not a wife, you are not a doctor, you are not a beggar, you are just a throb of life. If you can extend that throb through the breath, you can live your whole life in that state. You can be in a state of constant orgasm with existence. This is the state of Mahamudra. It is the great gesture. It is when you realize that you and the universe are not two. You are like a wave in the ocean. The wave may think it is separate, but it is just the ocean waving. Your breath is the ocean breathing through you. Your sexual energy is the ocean pulsing through you. When you realize this, the ego dies. And when the ego dies, there is no more death for you, because you are now identified with the ocean, which never dies. The secret link is the secret of becoming the ocean. It is the secret of immortality, but you cannot find it in books, and you cannot find it in the words of others. You can only find it in your own breath. The breath is the only living truth you have. Everything else is just memory, just information. The breath is happening now. The energy is pulsing now. The divine is waiting now. So don't waste your time in the balcony of the mind. Go down into the basement of your being. Breathe into the darkness. Breathe into the mystery. Let the link be restored. Let the energy rise, and let your life become a dance of the divine. This is the only reason you are here. This is the only purpose of human existence, to turn the lead of biology into the gold of consciousness. Think about the Susumna, the central channel of the spine. In most people, this channel is closed. The energy is forced to move through the outer channels, the Ida and the Pingala. which are the channels of duality, man and woman, hot and cold, logic and intuition. But when you breathe deeply and the sex energy is triggered, it seeks a path. If you are in a state of effortless relaxation, the energy enters the Susumna. This is the middle path. In this path, there is no duality. You are neither male nor female. You are both and you are neither. You are a pure, unpolarized force. When the energy moves through the Susumna, it passes through the chakras. Each chakra is a station of consciousness. The first is sex, the last is the 1,000-petaled lotus of enlightenment. The breath is the wind that carries the energy from station to station. If the wind is strong and steady, the journey is fast. If the wind is weak and gusty, the energy gets stuck. This is why shallow breathing is the greatest obstacle to spiritual growth. It is like trying to sail a boat with no wind. You can row all you want. You can do all the rituals and all the mantras, but the boat will not move. You need the wind of the breath. I want you to become expert in the wind. I want you to know the subtle nuances of your own breathing. I want you to know how your breath changes when you are happy, when you are sad, when you are angry, and when you are in love. And I want you to be able to return to the navel breath at any moment. This is your anchor. This is your center. A person who can breathe from the navel is a person who can never be manipulated. They are rooted in their own reality. The society hates rooted people. The society wants you to be like a piece of plastic, easily molded and easily thrown away. But a person who is rooted in their sex energy through their breath is like a great oak tree. They cannot be molded. They can only be themselves. And to be yourself is the greatest challenge and the greatest reward. It is the only real success in life. So as we move forward, let us remember the breath is the bridge, the sex is the fuel, and the soul is the destination. But the destination is already here, hidden in the very first step. You don't have to go anywhere. You just have to be here, totally, with every breath. Be here in your body. Be here in your energy. Be here in your silence. The secret link is revealed. The doors are open. The wind is blowing. Now it is up to you. Will you continue to breathe only enough to survive? Or will you breathe enough to truly live? Will you keep your fire in a small dark corner? Or will you let it light up your whole world? The choice is yours in every moment, with every breath. As I look at you, I see the potential for 1,000 Buddhas. I see the light that is waiting to break through. Don't hold it back. Don't be afraid of your own radiance. Breathe it into existence. Let the super atom explode in a burst of love and consciousness. And let the whole universe celebrate with you. The beauty of being a hollow bamboo is that you no longer have any private life. Your life becomes the life of the whole. When you are full of ego, you are private, you are separate, you are a closed system. And a closed system always becomes stale. But when you are hollow, you are an open system. The universe flows into you from one end and out from the other. This constant flow is what keeps you fresh, what keeps you young, what keeps you vibrant. And the regulator of this flow, as I have been saying, is your breath. If you constrict the breath, you constrict the flow. If you constrict the flow, you become a person again. And a person is a very small, very limited, and very miserable thing. I want you to understand the difference between sex as a release and sex as an accumulation. Most people use sex as a way to get rid of excess energy. They feel a tension, they feel a build-up, and they want to discharge it. This is like a man who has too much money and just throws it away in the street because he doesn't know what to do with it. This is release. But Tantra is about accumulation. It is about letting the energy build, letting the fire grow, letting the pressure increase, and then instead of letting it out through the sexual organs, using the breath to pull it upward. When you accumulate this energy, it becomes a super atom. It becomes a source of immense power. But this power is not for dominating others. It is for transforming yourself. It is the fuel for your inner rocket. If you just keep leaking your energy through shallow breathing and mechanical sex, you will never have enough fuel to leave the gravity of your animal nature. You will always be earthbound. But if you can hold the energy, if you can breathe into it and let it move up the Susumna, you will suddenly find yourself in a different dimension. You will find yourself in the dimension of the sky. This upward movement is not a doing, it is a happening. You cannot force the energy to rise. If you try to force it, you are just creating more tension, and tension is the enemy of flow. The secret is to be loose and natural. Be in a state of total let go. Breathe deeply. Relax your belly. Relax your sex center and just watch. The energy knows where to go. It has its own intelligence. It has been trying to move upward for millions of years, through all your past lives. You are the only one who has been stopping it. You have been stopping it with your no, with your fear, with your shallow breath. Now try saying yes. Look at the trees. They don't try to grow, they just grow. They take in the sunlight, they take in the water, they take in the air, and the growth happens by itself. You are also a tree, but a tree with roots in the air and branches in the earth. Your roots are your consciousness, and your branches are your biological senses. When you breathe deeply, you are pulling the nourishment from the sky of the universe down into your roots. And when your roots are strong, your branches, your sex, your senses, your body become healthy and full of life. This is the pathless path. It is pathless because the destination is already here. You are not going somewhere. You are just becoming more here. The breath is the tool that brings you into the present. And in the present, there is no sex and there is no God. There is only energy. When you are totally in the now, the labels disappear. The problem of sex disappears. The search for God disappears. There is only a throb, a pulse, a vibration. And that vibration is the most beautiful thing in the universe. It is the music of the spheres. I see many of you are afraid of your own bodies. You have been taught that the body is flesh, and that flesh is weak or sinful. I tell you, the body is the temple of the divine. There is no other temple. If you cannot find the divine in your own breath and in your own sexual energy, you will not find it in any stone building, in any book, or in any Himalayan cave. The divine is not elsewhere, it is right here. It is pulsating in your heart. It is flowing in your blood. It is breathing in your lungs. The link between the breath and the sex energy is the link between the seen temple and the unseen deity. Your body is the temple and your energy is the deity. The breath is the priest that connects the two. If the priest is sleeping, if you are breathing unconsciously, the temple is empty. The deity is hidden in the dark. But if the priest is awake, if your breath is conscious and deep, the temple is filled with light, the deity is revealed. In From Sex to Superconsciousness, I talk about the genesis of love. Love is not something you do with someone else. Love is the fragrance of your own transformed energy. When your sex energy is no longer a hunger but a fullness, it starts to overflow. That overflow is love. And that love can only happen if you are breathing deeply. If you are breathing shallowly, you are contracted. You are holding on to yourself. You are afraid to give and you are afraid to receive. But when you breathe deeply, you expand. You open your doors. You allow the universe to enter you, and you allow yourself to merge with the universe. This expansion is the beginning of the ultimate experience. In the state of Mahamudra, there is no in and no out. The breath is just moving, and you are part of that movement. You are no longer a separate I. You are the whole. This is the greatest joy possible for a human being. It is the joy of disappearing. When you are no longer there, all the problems of the I, the ego, the pride, the fear, the ambition simply evaporate. They were all tied to the person. When the person is gone, only the being remains. And the being is always in a state of bliss. So don't be a manager of your life. Be a witness. Don't try to fix your sexual problems. Just breathe. Don't try to attain enlightenment. Just breathe. The breath is the master key. It unlocks every door. It clears every blockage. It heals every wound. But it must be a whole breath. A breath that starts at the nose and ends at the sex center. A breath that involves your whole body. Think of your body as an orchestra. The different organs, the different centers, the different senses, they are all instruments. The breath is the conductor. If the conductor is distracted, the music is discordant. If the conductor is present and focused, the music is a symphony. I want you to be a symphony of life. I want you to be so harmonious that your very presence becomes a healing force for others. And that harmony starts with the simple act of breathing. Many people spend their whole lives trying to find the secret of happiness. They look in money, they look in fame, they look in relationships. But the secret is right under their noses, literally. It is the breath. But because it is so simple, because it is so obvious, they miss it. They want something complicated. They want a secret formula. But I tell you, the most profound truths are always the simplest. The breath is the formula. The link is the secret. When you breathe into your navel, you are returning to the source. You are returning to the unborn. In that state, there is no fear of death, because you have touched that which was never born. Your sexual energy is the seed of that unborn reality. When you breathe into the seed, it begins to sprout, it begins to grow into the tree of consciousness. And that tree eventually bears the fruit of enlightenment. Don't be in a hurry. Patience is the greatest virtue on the path of tantra. Let the breath do its work. Let the energy move at its own pace. Just remain aware. Just remain loose and natural. Your only job is to stay out of the way. Don't let your mind interfere with the natural wisdom of your body. The mind is a chatterbox. The body is a sage. Listen to the sage. Follow the breath. In the Vigyan Bhairal Tantra, Shiva gives 112 techniques to Parvati. Most of them are about the breath. Why? Because the breath is the bridge. It is the only thing that belongs to both the voluntary and the involuntary systems. You can control it, but it also happens by itself. It is the meeting point of the known and the unknown. By working with the breath, you are working with the very boundary of your being. You are standing on the threshold of the divine. I want you to live on that threshold. I don't want you to be a worldly person, and I don't want you to be an otherworldly monk. I want you to be a Zorba the Buddha. Someone who enjoys the earth and the sky. Someone who enjoys sex and silence. Someone who breathes deeply and loves totally. This is the new man, the whole man. And the secret of this whole man is the integration of the breath and the energy. So as you go about your day, let your breath be your constant companion. Let it be the background music of your life. Every now and then, just check. Am I breathing? Is my belly moving? Is my energy flowing? And if you find yourself stuck, just take a deep conscious breath. Let the link be restored. Let the light come back. The secret link is not a mystery to be solved. It is a reality to be lived. It is the pulse of the universe in your own body. It is the dance of Shiva in your own cells. It is the silence of the Buddha in your own mind. Everything is contained in the breath. Everything is fueled by the sex energy. everything is realized in the awareness. And this realization is not a destination you arrive at, but a rhythm you fall into. It is the rhythm of the ocean, the rhythm of the seasons, the rhythm of the pulse in your own wrist. When you are in this rhythm, the distinction between the holy and the profane simply vanishes. For the first time, you see that the energy you used to call lust is the same energy that, when refined, becomes the most delicate prayer. The only difference is the channel it flows through and the depth of the breath that carries it. Most of humanity is living in a state of energy leakage. You leak energy through your eyes in restless looking, through your tongue in idle chatter, and through your sexual ardence in mechanical release. This leakage is the reason you feel so empty, so exhausted, and so bored. You are like a bucket with holes in the bottom, trying to fill yourself with the water of worldly pleasures. But no matter how much water you pour in, the bucket remains empty. The secret link between the breath and the sex center is the way to plug those holes. When you breathe deeply into your navel, you are essentially sealing your energy. You are turning the bucket upright. This sealing is what the ancient masters called bandha. But don't let the word scare you. It is not a lock that you force. It is a natural closure that happens when you are centered. When the breath reaches the navel and touches the sex center, there is a natural contraction and then a natural expansion. This movement creates a vacuum in the susumna, the central channel of your spine, and nature abhors a vacuum. The moment that space is created, the energy at the base of your spine, the sexual energy, is sucked upwards. It is not something you do with your muscles. It is something that happens through the physics of the breath. This is why I say that tantra is a science. It is the science of human engineering. If you know how the machine works, you can use it to transcend the machine. If you don't know how it works, you are just a slave to the machine. Most people are slaves to their biological drives because they don't know the switch that can transform those drives into consciousness. That switch is located at the navel, and the finger that flips the switch is the breath. Think of the navel as the transformer in an electrical circuit. It takes the high voltage raw energy of sex and steps it down or steps it up depending on your awareness. If your breath is shallow and your awareness is absent, the energy just flows out as a biological short circuit. You feel a moment of pleasure followed by a long period of depletion. But if the breath is deep and the awareness is sharp, the transformer turns that energy into light. You feel a sustained state of bliss, a clarity of mind, and a heart that is full of love. This love is not a relationship, it is a state of being. You don't fall in love with someone, you are love. And because you are love, everyone you touch, everyone you look at, feels that warmth. You become a healing presence. And this is only possible because you have stopped leaking your life force. You have become a reservoir of energy. A reservoir is calm, deep and still. It can feed a whole valley. A leaking bucket can't even quench its own thirst. The transformation of sexual energy through the breath also has a profound effect on your psychology. Most of your psychological problems are actually energetic problems. Anxiety is just energy that is stuck in the chest. Anger is just energy that is stuck in the solar plexus. Depression is just energy that has collapsed because it couldn't find a way out. By breathing deeply into the navel, you are providing a superhighway for all this stuck energy. You are allowing it to circulate, and when the energy is moving, the problem disappears. A flowing river is always clean. It is only the stagnant pond that becomes foul. I want you to experience your body as a flow, not as a solid thing, but as a movement. You are a process, not an entity. Every breath you take is a new you. Every pulse of your energy is a new moment. The secret link is the thread that holds all these movements together, making them into a beautiful necklace of consciousness. Without the link, your life is just a pile of scattered beads. You have the beads of sex, the beads of work, the beads of family, the beads of hobbies, but they are not connected. There is no soul to your life. The breath is that soul. In the Book of Secrets, we discuss the technique of the inner fire. You sit silently and imagine a small white hot spark at your navel. As you breathe in, imagine that the air is fanning that spark into a flame. As you breathe out, imagine the heat of that flame spreading throughout your body. This is not just a visualization. It is a way to remind your nervous system of its own power. The heat you feel is the super atom of sex being triggered. By fanning it with the breath, you are directing it. You are saying to the energy, Don't just go out, go everywhere. Fill my heart, fill my head, fill my hands. When your hands are filled with this transformed energy, your touch becomes a blessing. When your eyes are filled with this energy, your look becomes a meditation. When your heart is filled with this energy, your silence becomes a prayer. This is the abundant life that all the masters have spoken of. Not an abundance of things, but an abundance of being. And it is all fueled by that one source at the base of your spine. Don't be a beggar for energy. Don't look for it in the approval of others, in the excitement of new experiences, or in the stimulation of the senses. All of those are external sources, and they will always fail you. They are like a fire made of straw. It flares up for a second and then dies. Your own sexual energy is like a fire made of coal. It burns slow, deep, and steady. And the oxygen for that fire is your own breath. I see many people who are afraid to breathe deeply because they are afraid of what they might feel. They are afraid of their own intensity. They are afraid of the volcano within. But I tell you, it is better to live as a volcano than as a shadow. It is better to burn with passion and awareness than to live a lukewarm life of safety and boredom. Safety is a myth. The only real safety is in your own center, and you can only reach that center through the breath. The secret link is also the link between the earth and the sun. Your sex center is the earth, the mud, the soil, the grounding. Your crown center is the sun, the light, the sky, the transcendence. The breath is the gravity-defying force that carries the nutrients from the earth to the sun. This is the tree of life within you. In the ancient Kabbalah, in the ancient Upanishads, in the ancient Taoist texts, this tree is always mentioned. It is the universal map of human potential. When you breathe into your sex center, you are watering the tree. When the energy rises through the Susumna, you are feeding the branches. And when the energy reaches the crown, the tree flowers. The fragrance of that flower is what we call enlightenment. It is not something you do. It is something you flower into. It is the natural culmination of a life that is lived with deep breath and total awareness. So let the breath be your only discipline. I don't give you any other rules. If you can master your breath, you will master your life. If you can breathe deeply into your depths, you will find that all your sins were just mistakes of energy management. All your guilt was just a misunderstanding of your own power. You are not a sinner. You are just a misfocused God. The breath is the breath to bring that focus back. Every inhalation is a birth. Every exhalation is a death. In between the two, there is a gap. That gap is the timeless. If you can stay in that gap for even few seconds, you will know what it means to be eternal. And the deeper your breath, the wider the gap becomes. The more you are in touch with your sexual energy, the more alive that gap feels. It is not an empty gap, it is a pregnant gap. It is full of the unborn. This is the ultimate secret. You are not the body, you are not the mind, and you are not even the breath. You are the one who is watching it all. You are the witness. But to find the witness, you must use the body, the mind, and the breath as a ladder. You must go through them, not around them. You must experience them totally, not suppress them. And the most intense part of that experience is your sexual energy. Accept it, love it, breathe into it, let it move you, let it shake you, let it wake you up. Don't be a civilized person who is half dead. Be a primitive person who is fully alive, but with the added light of consciousness. This is the Zorba, the Buddha I want you to be. A person who can dance in the streets and sit in silence in the temple. A person who knows the depth of the valley and the height of the mountain. A person whose breath connects the two. The secret link is your lifeline. Don't let it become frayed. Don't let it become shallow. Every now and then, stop whatever you are doing and take 3 deep conscious breaths. Feel the air touching your navel. Feel the connection to your source. This is the most spiritual thing you can do. It is more important than going to the church, more important than reading the Vedas, more important than any ritual. It is the direct experience of your own divinity. And as you become more and more established in this link, you will find that your whole life changes its flavor. You will move with more grace. You will speak with more truth. And you will love with more depth. You will be a whole person. And a whole person is a holy person. Not because they have followed any rules, but because they have found their own wholeness. The journey from sex to superconsciousness is the only journey worth taking. It is the journey from the known to the unknown, from the many to the One. And the vehicle for this journey is already within you. It is your own breathing. It is your own pulsing energy. You don't need to buy a ticket. You don't need to join a group. You don't need to follow a leader. You just need to be yourself, totally and uninhibitedly. I want you to trust your own life, trust your own energy, trust your own breath. Even if the whole world says you are wrong, if your breath is deep and your heart is calm, you are right. Truth is not a matter of consensus. Truth is a matter of inner realization. And the realization is always here and now. The silence of the Buddha is not the silence of a stone. It is the silence of an overflowing energy. It is the silence that follows a great dance. It is the silence that follows a total orgasm. It is the silence where the part has found the whole. To reach that silence, you must first find the voice of your own energy. And that voice is the rhythm of your breath. So breathe, my beloved ones. Breathe with your belly. Breathe with your sex. Breathe with your soul. Let the secret link be your guide. Let the super atom be your fuel. And let the universe be your playground. You are not a stranger here. You are the host. The whole of existence is waiting for you to realize your own power. Don't keep it waiting. In the psychology of the esoteric, I emphasize that evolution is not something that happens to you anymore. It is something you must choose. Up to the level of the human being, nature has done everything. But from here on, you are the pilot. You must take the controls. And the controls are the breath. By choosing to breathe deeply, you are choosing to evolve. By choosing to remain aware of your energy, you are choosing to transcend the animal. This is the inward revolution. It is the revolution of love, a revolution of light, a revolution of laughter. It is the only revolution that has ever succeeded. All external revolutions have failed. They have only changed the masters, not the slavery. But the inward revolution changes the slave into a master. It makes you the master of your own energy, the master of your own joy. And that mastery is the ultimate freedom. This mastery is not a victory over nature, but a deep surrender to it. The ego always thinks in terms of conquest, in terms of defeating the instincts. But I tell you, you cannot defeat the source of your own life. You can only harmonize with it. And the harmony begins when you stop treating your sexual energy as a problem and start treating it as a presence. When you feel that presence at the base of your spine, don't try to name it. Don't try to categorize it. Just breathe into it. Let the breath be the wind that carries the fragrance of that energy to every corner of your house. In Tantra, the supreme understanding, Tilopa speaks of the void that needs no reliance. Your breath is the bridge to that void. When you breathe out totally, there is a moment where the lungs are empty, and for a split second, you are void. If you can stay in that void without fear, you will find that the sexual energy, which was previously a pull toward another person, becomes a push toward the divine. It is the same energy, but the direction has changed because the resistance has disappeared. Fear is the only thing that creates resistance, and fear is nothing but a lack of breath. Look at a person who is paralyzed by fear. Their chest is frozen. Their belly is like stone. They are barely alive. Now look at a person who is in a state of ecstasy. Their whole body is a movement. Their breath is deep and wild. Their energy is flowing like a river in flood. You have the choice to live in the ice of fear or the river of ecstasy. The secret link is the sun that melts the ice. Every deep breath you take is a ray of that sun, reaching down into the frozen parts of your psyche and turning them back into living energy. The super atom of sex is not just for pleasure, it is for knowing. In the ancient languages, the word for knowing and the word for sexual union were often the same. To know something is to merge with it. To know yourself is to merge your consciousness with your energy. If your consciousness is in the head and your energy is in the sex center, you are split. You are a house divided. You can never know yourself because the knower and the known are at opposite ends of the building. But when you breathe deeply, you bring the consciousness down to the energy. You bring the light to the fuel. And in that meeting, there is a knowing that passes all understanding. This is the genesis of love I talk about. Real love is not a longing for the other. It is a meeting of yourself. When your breath connects your head to your sex, the circuit is complete. You are a whole circle, and only a whole person can love. A broken person can only depend. They look for someone else to complete them. but no one can complete you. Only your own breath, connecting your own centers, can make you whole. And once you are whole, you are no longer looking for a half to join you. You are looking for another whole to celebrate with. The society is built on the unwhole person. It is built on dependency. The family, the state, the church, they all need you to be incomplete so that they can offer you a piece of the puzzle. They offer you a role, a job, a moral code to fill the void. But the void cannot be filled from the outside. It can only be illuminated from the inside. And the light is your transformed sexual energy. Think of your energy as a ladder. The bottom is in the mud and the top is in the sky. Most people are afraid of the mud, so they try to hang on to the top of the ladder without a base. They become spiritual in a very superficial, brittle way. They talk about God, they talk about soul, but they have no juice. They are like plastic flowers. I want you to be a real flower with roots in the mud of your sexuality and petals in the sky of your superconsciousness. And the sap that connects the two is your breath. Don't be afraid of the mud. The mud is the source of all life. The lotus comes from the mud. The secret link is the realization that the mud and the lotus are one. The breath is the process by which the mud becomes the lotus. Every time you breathe deeply into your sex center, you are digesting the mud. You are turning the raw biology into spiritual nourishment. This is the psychology of the esoteric. It is not a psychology of talk, but a psychology of transformation. It doesn't ask you to analyze your past. It asks you to breathe in the present. It doesn't ask you to fix your ego. It asks you to find your center. And the center is not an idea. It is a physical location. It is the navel, the hara. When the breath and the energy meet at the hara, the ego is decentered. It loses its power over you. You are no longer the doer. You are the being. I want you to live from that being. I want you to walk from that being, talk from that being, and love from that being. And to do that, you must keep the secret link alive. You must make breathing your primary meditation. Not a 20-minute practice in the morning, but a 24-hour awareness. Even in your sleep, let the breath go deep. If you fall asleep with your awareness on your navel, you will find that your dreams change. They become less chaotic, more luminous. Even your sleep becomes a form of meditation. This is the abundant life. A life where every moment is filled with the fragrance of your own energy. A life where you are never alone, because you are in constant communion with the universe through your breath. A life where you are never poor, because you have an infinite supply of inner gold. The super atom of sex is the atom of God. If you can split it with the breath of awareness, you will find the whole universe inside you. You will find that you are not a small, separate ego, but a vast, eternal consciousness. You are the ancient one who has been here from the beginning and will be here until the end. The society will try to pull you back. It will try to make you normal again. It will try to make you breathe shallowly and feel guilty. But once you have tasted the bliss of the secret link, you can never go back. You are a marked person. You have been touched by the divine. And that touch is the most addictive thing in the universe. Once you have known it, nothing else will satisfy you. So keep breathing, keep feeling, keep being. Don't let the fire go out. Don't let the breath become shallow. Every breath is a chance to be reborn. Every pulse of energy is a chance to reach the peak. The journey is infinite, and the joy is in the journey itself. You are the traveler, you are the road, and you are the destination. The secret link is not a secret anymore. It is your own heartbeat. It is your own breath. It is your own life. Live it totally. Live it intensely. Live it with a yes that echoes through the whole universe. And in that yes, you will find everything you have ever been looking for. As I look at you, I see the light of 1,000 suns. Don't hide that light. Don't be afraid of it. Let the breath be the wind that clears the clouds, and let your own sun shine. This is the only work you have to do. All the rest is just doing. This is being. The silence of the Buddha is the silence of an overflowing cup. It is a silence that is full of song. It is a silence that is full of dance. To reach that silence, you must first find the voice of your own energy. And that voice is the rhythm of your breath. So breathe My beloved ones, breathe with your whole body, breathe with your whole soul. Let the secret link be your guide and let the celebration begin. This freedom, this ultimate mastery is not something you achieve by fighting yourself. It is not a trophy for the most disciplined soldier in the war against the senses. In fact, the more you fight, the more you strengthen the ego. And the more you strengthen the ego, the more you constrict the breath. Real mastery is the mastery of a dancer, not a soldier. A dancer is in total control, yet they are totally relaxed. They are loose and natural. And the secret of that dance is the flow of energy from the sex center to the crown, orchestrated by the rhythmic movement of the breath. I want you to look at the physical mechanism of your repression. It is located in the diaphragm. The diaphragm is the muscular partition that separates the heart and lungs from the digestive and reproductive organs. In a healthy, natural human being, the diaphragm is flexible. It moves up and down like a piston, allowing the breath to travel deep into the abdomen. But in a person who is repressed, in a person who is afraid of their sexual energy, the diaphragm becomes hard. It becomes a wall of tension. This wall is there to keep the lower energies from rising into the higher centers. You have been taught to keep your sex in the basement and your prayer in the attic, and you have locked the door in between. This lock is what makes you feel so tired and fragmented. When the diaphragm is tight, your breathing is shallow. Your body is starved of oxygen, and your soul is starved of energy. By consciously relaxing the belly and breathing deep into the navel, you are essentially picking the lock. You are allowing the lower and the higher to meet. And when they meet, a spark is created. This spark is the beginning of the super atom explosion I have been describing. It is the moment where biology begins to glow with the light of consciousness, the marriage of the sun and moon. In the esoteric traditions, the breath is often divided into the sun breath and the moon breath, the right nostril and the left nostril. The right is active, male, and aggressive. The left is passive, female, and receptive. Most of you are breathing lopsidedly. You are either too active or too passive. But when the breath goes deep down to the sex center, these two currents meet. They merge into a single unified stream that flows through the Susumna, the central channel. This is the real inner marriage. It is the union of the male and female within you. And this union is triggered by the sexual energy. When you breathe into your sex center, you are not just stirring up lust, you are stirring up the very essence of life. If you can watch this essence without the labels of male or female, without the labels of good or bad, you will find that the energy begins to balance itself. You become androgynous in your spirit. You are no longer half a person looking for another half. You are a complete, self-contained universe. This completeness is the foundation of the tantric life. A tantric is someone who has integrated their duality. They are neither a slave to their desires nor a slave to their repressions. They are a master of the middle path. And the middle path is the path of the deep centered breath. When you are centered in your navel, you are in the eye of the hurricane. The world may be spinning around you. Your desires may be swirling. But at the center, there is absolute stillness. The alchemy of the navel. The navel is the place where the transformation happens. In the Book of Secrets, we talk about centering the awareness at the point where the breath turns. But there is another center, slightly below the navel, which is the sex center. When the breath reaches this center, it acts like a hammer on an anvil. It beats the raw, heavy metal of your sexual drive into the fine, sharp sword of your awareness. This is a physical process. You can feel it. When you breathe deeply, you feel a warmth, a vibration, a humming in your lower abdomen. This is the energy being refined. It is like crude oil being turned into high octane fuel. Crude oil is heavy and dirty. It can't make a plane fly. But refined fuel is light and powerful. Your sexual energy in its raw state is for the survival of the body. In its refined state, it is for the flight of the soul. The tragedy of the modern man is that he is either trying to live on crude oil or he is trying to starve the engine entirely. Both lead to misery. I am telling you to refine the fuel, and the refinery is your own body, and the process is your own breath. By breathing with awareness into your depths, you are performing the most sacred work a human being can do. You are turning matter into spirit. beyond the sneeze of release. Most people's sexual experience is what I call a biological sneeze. You feel a build-up of pressure and then you sneeze it out through a climax. For a moment you feel a relief, a certain emptiness. But this is not bliss. It is just the absence of tension. It is a negative state. Bliss is a positive state. Bliss is not the emptiness of a discharged battery. It is the fullness of a battery that is connected to the infinite source. To experience this fullness, you must stop sneezing your energy away. I am not saying to be celibate. I am saying to be conscious in your union. When you are with your partner, breathe deeply. Let the energy rise. Instead of letting it leak out, pull it up with your breath. Let it fill your whole body. Let it reach your brain. You will find that the pleasure becomes 1,000 times more intense. But it is no longer feverish. It becomes a cool ecstasy. It becomes a meditation. In this state, you don't feel spent after sex. You feel replenished. You feel as if you have been bathed in a fountain of life. This is because you haven't thrown away your energy. You have circulated it. You have used the sexual act as a way to jump-start the upward flow. And once the flow is established, it continues even after the act is over. You carry that radiance with you into your work, into your relationships, into your silence. The hollow bamboo as a vessel of light. Tilopa's instruction to be like a hollow bamboo is the ultimate secret of the breath. If you are hollow, you are a vessel. If you are a vessel, the divine can fill you. But most of you are full of ego, full of knowledge, full of worries. You are like a cup that is already full of dirty water. Even if the divine pours nectar into it, it will be wasted. Breathing deeply is the way to empty the cup. The exhalation is the cleansing. You are breathing out the me, the mind, the past, and the inhalation is the filling. You are taking in the isness, the now, the eternal. When this process reaches the sex center, it cleanses the very roots of your being. It removes the shame and guilt that have been sitting there for centuries. It makes you innocent again. An innocent person is someone who is in direct contact with their energy, without the interference of the mind, They breathe like a child. They feel like a child. They love like a child. This innocence is not ignorance. It is the highest form of wisdom. It is the wisdom of the no mind. And this no mind is only possible if the breath is deep and the energy is flowing. The integration of the esoteric and the mundane. You must understand that there is no separation between your spiritual life and your sexual life. If you try to separate them, you will be a hypocrite. If you try to be holy in the temple and animal in the bedroom, you will be a divided soul. I want you to be one. I want you to be as holy in the bedroom as you are in the temple, and as alive in the temple as you are in the bedroom. The secret link of the breath is what makes this integration possible. The breath doesn't know the difference between the temple and the bedroom. It only knows life. By bringing the breath into your sexual energy, you are sanctifying your passion. You are bringing the divine into the most intimate parts of your existence, and by bringing your sexual vitality into your meditation, you are energizing your prayer. You are making it a living, pulsing reality, not just a mental exercise. This is the inward revolution. It is a revolution against all the divisions and compartments that the society has created in your mind. It is a return to wholeness, and wholeness is the only holiness. A whole person is a person whose breath reaches every cell, whose energy flows to every center, and whose awareness illuminates every act. The practice of the present. Start today. As you walk, feel the connection between your feet and the earth, and feel your breath going down to your navel. As you talk, let the words come from your belly, not just from your throat. As you eat, feel the energy of the food meeting the energy of your breath at the center. And as you lie down to sleep, let your last conscious act be a deep, loving breath into your sex center. This is not a task you have to perform. It is a love affair you are having with your own life. Don't be serious about it. Be playful. If you forget to breathe deeply, don't judge yourself. Just remember and start again. The remembrance is the meditation. Every time you return to your breath, you are returning to your home. Every time you connect with your sexual energy, you are connecting with your power. You are a miracle of existence. You are a bridge between the dust and the stars. Don't waste this life in shallow breathing and repressed feelings. Open the doors. Let the wind of the breath blow through you. Let the fire of the sex energy warm you. And let the light of awareness guide you. The journey is beautiful, and you are already equipped with everything you need. You have the super atom within you, and you have the refinery of the breath. Now all you need is the courage to be yourself, the courage to breathe deeply, the courage to feel intensely, and the courage to love totally. I see you, and I see the light that is waiting to break through. Don't be afraid of your own radiance. Don't be afraid of your own intensity. You are a god in hiding. Breathe your way out. Feel your way into the light, and let the whole universe celebrate your arrival. This brings us to the ultimate mystery, the point where the circle finally closes. You have traveled from the raw intensity of the sex center to the vast silence of the crown. You have used your breath as a ladder, a bridge, and a bellows. Now the final step is to realize that the ladder itself must disappear. In the highest state of superconsciousness, even the breath becomes so subtle that it is as if you are not breathing at all. This is the state of total integration. You are no longer a person who is breathing, or a person who is feeling energy. You are the breath. You are the energy. You are the vast, pulsing universe itself. I want you to understand that this secret link between breath and sexual energy is not just for your own personal joy. It is your contribution to the collective consciousness of humanity. A person who has transformed their lust into love and their love into prayer changes the very atmosphere of the planet. You become a lighthouse. And in a world that is drowning in the darkness of suppression, violence, and shallow existence, a lighthouse is the greatest gift you can offer. As we reach the conclusion of this long and deep discourse, I want to invite you to take this journey even further. If these words have resonated with the truth of your own being, I encourage you to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications. This is not just about a YouTube channel. It is about staying connected to a frequency of truth that challenges the sleep of the world. By liking and sharing this video, you are helping to break the taboos and the silence that have kept humanity in chains for thousands of years. You are helping others find their own secret link. For those who feel a deep call to support this work and ensure that these teachings continue to reach every corner of the earth, I invite you to click the join button below. Becoming a member of this community helps us maintain this space of freedom and awareness. If you have found a specific insight today that has touched your heart, you can also express your gratitude through a super thanks. Every such gesture helps us keep the flame alive. And if you are ready for a more structured, intimate exploration of these techniques, our ebooks are available. They contain the practical details of the 112 methods from the Book of Secrets, the deeper philosophy of from sex to superconsciousness, and the pathless path of tantra, the supreme understanding. These are maps for your inner journey, designed to be studied and lived. Now let us return to the final stillness. In the Tantra, the supreme understanding, it is said that at the very end, there is a total orgasm with the whole of existence. This is not a sexual act, it is a spiritual fact. It is when your breath stops being yours and becomes the breath of the cosmos. In that moment, you realize that you were never born and you will never die. You have simply been a wave on the ocean, and now the wave has realized it is the ocean itself. Look at your life as a great experiment in energy. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to be wrong. The only failure is not to live. The only sin is to breathe shallowly and live a half life. Go into your depths. Embrace your sexual energy with the same reverence you would bring to a temple. Breathe into it. Let it rise. Let it transform you. Let it make you a Zorba the Buddha. The world needs people who are whole. The world needs people who are not divided against themselves. The world needs you to be fully alive. And being fully alive means being a bridge between the sex center and the crown. It means being a master of the breath. It means being a lover of existence. As you move out from this space of listening into the space of living, carry this awareness with you. When you feel tension, breathe into your navel. When you feel desire, breathe into your source. When you feel love, breathe into your heart. Let the breath be the thread that weaves the garment of your life into a masterpiece of consciousness. I see the Buddha in each one of you. Some of you are already awake. Some are stirring in your sleep, and some are still dreaming deeply. But the sun has risen, and the light is touching your eyelids. The breath is the morning breeze that is calling you to wake up. Open your eyes, breathe deeply, feel the fire in your belly, and the silence in your soul. This is the end of this talk, but it is the beginning of your transformation. The secret link is now in your hands, or rather, it is in your lungs and in your lines. Use it, live it, be it. The whole of existence is waiting to see you flower. Don't keep it waiting. Thank you for your patient and peaceful attention. I bow to the divine that dwells within you, waiting to be breathed into life. Remember to check the join button and our ebooks for more guidance on this path. Your support through super thanks and your engagement with this channel is what allows this wisdom to remain accessible to all. Go in peace, go in love, and above all, go with a deep, deep breath. Goodbye.